Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. This is the show, and I'm your host, live from Los Angeles, Young Brando. We are going to talk watches. We're going to explore and assess the final nominations, the official nominations for the GPHG, for the Grand Prize of Horology that is given, that is presented every year in a gala in Geneva. And the official nominations are in. As you guys know, that first week of November is quite an interesting time, quite a busy time for horology, for the Swiss industry. On November 5th, there's going to be the charity auction, the only watch auction, of course, as a special event. And uh, as always, there's going to be also the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève as well. The jury is going to be announced in October, so there is still about a month to go. But usually it is people who belong to the academy. When you look on the page, there's a whole list of people, which includes famous watchmakers, um, people who are in the supplier part of the industry, independents, journalists, CEOs of larger conglomerates, as well as some influential collectors and similar um, people like social media influencers who moonlight as journalists as well. All of that being said, there was an earlier process where people submitted their entries, which I don't think is accessible on the page anymore since the final nominations are in. But that longer list, that larger list of timepieces ends up around this time being whittled down to 6 finalists, basically, in each category. And these are the categories before we scroll down. Ladies, ladies complication, men's complication, iconic, tourbillon, calendar and astronomy, mechanical exception, chronograph, sports, jewelry, artistic crafts, petite aiguille, challenge, and mechanical clock. Some of these categories are pretty self-explanatory. Others can be confusing as designations and needs some further explanation. And there are also about, off the top of my mind, there are at least 2 more awards that are given out. There's always, of course, the Aiguille d'Or, which goes into which goes to the best watch of the entire gala, the best watch from among all the finalists. There's also the chronometry prize, which once again is given to the watch that represents the best of chronometric accuracy and precision. And there is also a special jury prize, and a horological revelation prize, which are given to individuals. Now, they change these things around every so often. So I don't know whether there will be prizes in all these categories. There used to be, for example, pardon me, a prize for thinness before, right? There was a category for extra thin or ultra plat, extra fine watches. That category, for example, has been gone for a while. Until last year, there was a specific category for diver watches that once again became sports watch. I think at some point there was a separate chronograph category that hasn't been there for uh, a while. Sorry, what am I talking about? The chronograph category, however, remains. I think it was the case that the sports watch category kind of bifurcated into divers and chronograph. And for this year's prize, there's a sports category and a chronograph category. Now, I may be mistaken on that, so please feel free to correct me on that. What kind of sickness is this? Like, why do people on the first minute of the broadcast inject the environment with anti-Semitism? Is my mere presence too much for you? What do you exactly want? Like, do you think Holocaust is a laughing matter? It's a joke to you? You just talk about gas chambers for fun? That's your understanding of entertainment? You know, it's very easy to find me. It's extremely easy. I will be in the auction previews of the Only Watch at Christie's in Beverly Hills. I will be in the Watch Time event at South Coast Plaza. Come talk about the gas chambers to my face. Send me an email even. I'll buy you the plane ticket if you're flying in from elsewhere. It'll be very easy. And I'm sure we can reach a reconciliation and find a peaceful agreement about this conflict. So we were talking about the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie, and we went through the categories. As I mentioned, there are a couple of prizes that are somehow above these categories or besides these categories. The Aiguille d'Or, which is the grand prize of all grand prizes, stands above in that way. The chronometry prize, which last year was given to Grand Seiko's brilliant Kodo constant force tourbillon watch, is similar. There's a special jury prize. I think that's kind of, to my understanding, again, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's kind of a lifetime achievement situation. And then there's a horological revelation prize, which is given to an up-and-coming watchmaker, usually an emergent independent watchmaker. All right, without further ado, let's get to the final list of nominations. There are some watches that we even talked about. Some of these pieces that we will take a look at have been just revealed, have been just announced on the eve of this official announcement for the nominees, which is just their way of saying finalists. The 6 pieces here are Arnold & Son Perpetual Moon 38 Midnight, which is a watch that was revealed for the Geneva Watch Days and which we talked about on this channel just a few days ago. Beauregard, Lily Bouton, Hermès Arceau Petite Lune, Piaget Hidden Treasures, Van Cleef Arpels Ludo Secret Watch, XRB La Montre d'Art, Espressione Romantica. I forgot the last caveat, and that's really important too, because sometimes people rightly come out and say, hey, where's this watch that I really like? Hey, where's this watch that was perhaps the best release in that category? And of course, all of these are objective opinions, but sometimes there's a point, right? You know, why was this watch that's an obvious choice for this particular category not part of this consideration? Well, there are a few groups that basically don't participate in the GPHG at all. Swatch Group doesn't enter any of their watches, so you won't see among the entries or the final nominees a watch from Omega, a watch from Breguet, a watch from Blancpain, a watch from Tissot, Longines. You won't see them. Richemont does not enter their watches except for Van Cleef Arpels, which often is a strong contender in ladies as well as mechanical clocks, because the jewelry like automata with interesting complications seems to be their métier as well. Rolex has not entered their watches for the longest time now. They do, however, send Tudor basically every year. And every year, Tudor usually has a strong contender in what was the diver's watch category and what is nowadays sports watch. François-Paul Jaune, FP Jaune, after he won a few prizes back-to-back, was really disappointed and felt hard done by when some of his entries were not given the grand prize or the men's watch prize, decided to withdraw from the competition altogether. So I don't know the exact year, but FP Jaune watches have not been part of this prize ceremony either for a long time. So that needs to be clarified too before I start. All right, so we were looking at the ladies' pieces. Feel free, please, to send in. Hi, Ania. How are you doing, man? Nice to see you. Feel free to send in any watches that you want me to look more closely together, delve deeper into them. If you would like me to do that, please send in the name of the watch. I don't think I will go through every single watch in every single category. I might do that for some categories. The ladies' watch category is actually really interesting to me The Arnold and Son watch I really like. It's a 38 millimeter white gold case that is beautifully set with diamonds on the bezel and on the lugs. That has such a beautiful, multifaceted, multi-layered dial that includes ruthenium crystals, both as the face of the moon and in the lower part of the dial. Various shades of blue that tint the mother of pearl parts of the dial. Hand drawn stars on the night sky background for the moon phase. And also, of course, the beautifully cut diamonds that serve as the indices, as the hour markers in the upper third of the dial. Of course, from a complication perspective, it's also, I think, a worthy piece. The perpetual in the name actually refers to the precise moon phase indicator, which, when it's properly set and operational, promises to only sway for about 1 day in 122 years. That's its margin of error for basically a century and a quarter. This is a piece that operates on a hand-wound movement, 90 hours of a power reserve at full crank. And the watch will be produced in 18 pieces for a limited series. With a price point at 64,600 in Swiss francs. There is apparently a little video as well that they shared with jury there that really shows you how beautiful this piece might be in person. By the way, these pieces too, the final nominated pieces, the official nominations, are doing a world tour, just like the watches that will be sold at the Only Watch auction. I will go through some of those details as well, but I want you to take a look at this movement. which has beautifully striped bridge plates following along the lines of sun rays. Snailed ratchet wheel, and many other exquisite finishing details, including the obligatory heat blued screws. I think it's a very strong entry in this category, not only because of its particular elegance and jewelry aspects, but also because of how it integrates a very meaningful complication into a piece that is beautiful as a whole. Diamonds are not enough, if I may combine two Bond movie names. You know, since this is a ladies' watch, Tim G, I think no amount of diamonds is enough. And in fact, I think they did a nice job balancing the diamonds with the ruthenium crystals on the face of the watch. They could have gone even more, they could have gone the more extravagant and excessive way and used pavé diamonds for those details as well, which would have, of course, jacked up the price and also perhaps made the watch much more blingy. Again, I don't mean to get too defensive. It's just my favorite in the category, but I also like the Piaget Hidden Treasures, which is very discreet, almost accidentally a watch, mostly a bracelet, but frames that watch dial that seems almost accidental, almost peripheral to the piece, with a beautiful crescent-shaped bezel that is set with sapphires. How do you mean, Neo? You mean any men's watch at this price point, or compared to what we have in the as the nominees in the men's category, which we can do immediately after? So this is a pink gold bracelet, basically, with a turquoise dial and a bezel set with sapphires. Hey, Corrado, nice to see you, man. And again, maybe not the horologically most interesting piece in the category, but from a design perspective, it is something that I really enjoy because it looks just like a great feminine accessory for the cuff, hand engraved for the bracelet part. And very discreet with a beautiful turquoise dial that is framed by a crescent shaped row of sapphires. This is, in fact, 161,000 in Swiss francs. I also like the Arceau Petite Lune, which is also already a strong suit for a long time for Hermes as well. They have been uh, kind of at the, I don't want to say necessarily at the forefront, but they have been noticeably reiterating these kinds of complicated watches, especially the more feminine versions with very innovative and larger than life moon phase indicators as well. This particular piece has a beautiful aventurine dial, a 38 millimeter white gold case with that famous asymmetric lug design that is influenced by stirrups, of course, paying homage to Hermes's origin as saddle makers. Hey man, it's much better. I think by Monday I should be able to finally take the glasses off. Ah, that's even a better question, Neo. I will I'll take a look among the nominees. So Mother of Pearl and Aventurine Dial, there is a very discreet opening here at around 10 o'clock, which actually serves as the moon phase indicator. That's where the brand's signature lands as well. Dispersed diamonds on the dial and a diamond set bezel. Again, a very beautiful piece. This one is right around 42,290. Neo, I don't know if you're familiar with Arnold and Son, but they're basically like the high horological arm of Citizen Group. So they are Japanese owned, named after the 18th century English watchmaker John Arnold, who was one of those famous makers of marine chronometers, among other horological marvels. Um, and this this year, again, they just released a very nice deadbeat seconds piece in a smaller case size. So I don't know if that would be comparable necessarily, but just to give you an idea of Arnold and Son's approach to watchmaking, this is the platinum version of the piece. There's also an 18 karat pink gold version. Both watches are 42 millimeters in diameter and 12.95 in thickness. The dials, I don't know the material of the dials, but they are sunburst finished, sunray brushed with a PVD treatment for the color, which here is salmon pink. And the off-center dial for the hours and minutes is made out of white opal. And the true beats, jump second, dead seconds, or deadbeat seconds dial is actually given prominence, placed right around there at 11 o'clock. Which also has this anchor shaped counterpoise that controls that jumping seconds hand, that true beat seconds hand, which is a very nice element. Those bridges are actually fashioned out of gold, white gold in this case. Which I think gives a very intriguing and industrial look overall to the deadbeat seconds mechanism. And this piece is 54,400 in Swiss francs in platinum, one of 38 examples. And in pink gold, it's 42,600 in Swiss francs, and that's one of 88 pieces. And this is how it looks in pink gold with a deep blue dial and the bridges in matching pink gold as well. And the movement itself is decent looking as well. I'm not gonna say necessarily, oh wow. Thank you, Jake Brooks. I appreciate you. I really, really appreciate you. 99.99. Here's the movement. Neo 9.99. Jake Brooks was also a member, by the way, so I really appreciate you. I don't mean to boast, but I feel extremely blessed to be able to enjoy watches, even if they are not all my aesthetic. Same. Not all watches that I show are my aesthetic on this channel. I try to be as open-minded and as broadly Catholic as it were. I mean that in the literal sense of the word, not necessarily the theological sense. So thank you. I appreciate it. Ivor, nice to see you. And between this and the AP Millinery Star Wheel, that's a tough choice. I actually love love the star wheel as a complication. And even though the millenary is a case shape that is an acquired taste, and I highly recommend that all of you acquire some taste. Um, Joking aside, I think it really comes into its own with these special edition versions, especially this particular um, um, variation in stainless steel with the blue dial, um, a representation of the three stars that serve as part of the complication of these wandering hours watch, which AP popularized before some others made enormous bread with it. Um, the millenary star wheels were part of AP's 125th anniversary celebration. And I want to say the stainless steel was made in 125 pieces. So I think it's a beautiful watch. It's a very unique complication that not all brands have made their own. Of course, some might instinctively go to Uhrwerk, which is too science fiction for me. This particular version, because it is the millenary case shape, is also an incredible deal, relatively speaking, right? It's basically half the price point of the Code 1159 Star Wheel, and the reference number is 25898, and they have them in stainless steel, as well as pink gold, and I believe also in yellow gold, possibly also platinum, but I'm not sure if I have actually seen one of these in platinum ever, which, doesn't always mean much, but if they do exist, it must be rare. And of course, there are round cased versions of AP's previous execution of the Star Wheel, and that's 25720. Um, I really like those as well. Yes, yes. Again, it's an oddly shaped watch, and I have to say I have a soft spot for those Neo. I really love my rectangular pieces. I love elliptical stuff. The Golden Ellipse d'Or, is still one of my favorite Patek watches ever. The Daniel Roth case, the famous double ellipse or ellipse curvex, is one of my favorite designs ever. The tonneau shaped pieces I really love. This one, again, is admittedly odd and I don't quite like it, except in this rendition. I can see the charm of the Quincy Jones signature model as well, because of the black and white piano inspired design, but really more as an aesthetic object. I don't know, if I were, if I played jazz or something, that could be a cool watch to wear, I can imagine. Um, let me see if I can find a picture of it. Yeah, that's a seriously cool looking piece as well. Very different than the Star Wheel execution, but still pretty cool. All right, so we were case shapes do turn me on. Yes, you're absolutely right, my friend. You are absolutely right. Bruce G, nice to see you, man. Um, it's nice to have you on board. And guys, thank you so much again for those very generous contributions. And Pauli, it's nice to have you on board too. So since we looked at the ladies first, let's look at the men's watches, and then we can turn to men's complication and make our way back to ladies complication as well. Once again, we have 6 finalists. Speaking of the Star Wheel, AP's rendition of the Wandering Hours complication in a Code 1159 case is one of the official nominations in this category. Debitune DB28 XS Starry Seas, which is very thin and sleek and involves a different guilloche dial than the usual ones that Debitune goes with. Ferdinand Berthoud has the Chapter 3 FP3 SPC. Parmigiani Fleurier has the Tonda PF micro rotor in platinum with what I believe is also a platinum dial, and 2 independent pieces, Simon Brett's chronometre artisan, which was a big revelation and I believe sold out for quite some time the minute it was unveiled. And the final nomination in this category is Cevdet Recepi Minute Anert, or wait, my French is failing me at this juncture. Anert, yeah, I think. Sorry if I'm butchering this with my pronunciation. I do apologize. I'm not going to dwell too much with the code 1159. We just looked at what I consider to be the nicest example of AP's complication. if you like the case design, which I find to be too much of a patchwork for a company like AP, not incredibly authentic or interesting, I really don't get too excited about the watch, but I do like the complication. So you can imagine it's not one of my favorites in this particular category. It has also a rather hefty price point at 51,700 in Swiss francs. Honestly, it's hard to whittle things down here, so I think I will still go one by one with these. Dubitun's Starry Seas is one that I really like. As you can see, the watch is marked XS, so it is actually a smaller version of their DB28. It measures 38.7 millimeters in diameter and 7.4 millimeters thick, and with the special lug design, which they call floating lugs, the watch probably wears even more nicely, even more in an even more sleek manner than that sizing would suggest. And of course, that classic architecture of the caliber is preserved, which I really appreciate, because it means that they didn't really cut any corners as they were trying to shrunk the watch, right? A lot of times that's a problem, right? If you made your bread, if you made your brand with watches that were relatively oversized, right? Not in a tasteless manner, but you know, De Bethune generally made really big watches. They actually had to do things from scratch, right? At least modify the design of their movements to produce this new line of watches that are significantly smaller and also thinner. And that is something I appreciate in terms of what they achieved in this watch. And finally, the Grade 5 titanium case, which is finished with a mirror polished, is itself made out of the matching material, also Grade 5 titanium, flame blued and polished with what they call a random guilloche pattern, which has that beautiful wavy design that obviously is an homage to the name of the watch, and also a nice sprinkling of white gold flakes, which represent the stars of those starry seas, and which seem to be floating on the surface of that wavy dial. And honestly, really it really reminds me, when you are, especially along the Mediterranean, at night, you see this sparkle on the sea, kind of like a phosphorescence. Um, it's very unique, and it really reminds me of that. I really love this particular approach. There's a silver um, separate track for the hours in the form of an outer chapter ring that has a distinctive slope. I think this is a beautiful, beautiful looking watch. The price point is right around 83,000 in Swiss francs. And I think it genuinely represents something quite cool about De Bethune in terms of how they still aim to grow without necessarily making more watches, right? They are trying to find ways of appealing to different kinds of collectors, attracting different kinds of consumers, different kinds of collectors. I believe this watch was recently given to the American player Tommy Paul, who wore it, who wore a particular version of it, I think, that represented Wimbledon's colors. Let me see if I can find that. But I believe it was like a special edition of this watch, as you can see, with the Wimbledon colors. The silver chapter ring is here in that blurple color, green in the middle, with actually a representation of a tennis ball as well at 12 o'clock. I think the watch overall just looks amazing. Here you see on a classic alligator band, it looks great. Here in that limited edition on a textile looking strap, it looks amazingly sporty. And as you can see, even though the case size is significantly shrunk, the watch doesn't really lose from its presence. Hey, Whiskey, how are you doing, man? Captain Kirk. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's their famous floating lugs design. So those are essentially um, pivots, right, for those two parts lugs that, with the help of the band of the watch, with the help of the strap of the watch, contours on your wrist as you strap it on, right? So, in fact, even the larger watches in Debitune's catalog have that ergonomic feel, have that comfortable fit. So as long as they don't hang, the case itself doesn't hang uncomfortably over your wrist, these are incredibly wearable. But having tried on a lot of these different models from Debitune's catalog, I, for one, still appreciate these smaller sizes because I think they're more in line with classical taste, even though I can see the justification for their larger watches because they have really unique and beautiful blue titanium dials. You would want to show that off some way. You would want to give that a little bit more real estate. I understand why they would do that. And yes, for that case design, Captain Kirk, the crown is moved to 12 o'clock in a lot of the Debitune watches, especially those with the floating lugs design. So I guess you can kind of understand with the time I spent there, this is one of my favorites, even though it's not perhaps as horologically impressive as some of the other watches in the category. I kind of like its understated and quietly beautiful aesthetic. I also love the chapter 3 in Ferdinand Berthou's story. The Berthoud name some years back was bought by Karl Friedrich Schäufele because he couldn't bear that name gracing watches that are less than superior. He's himself a collector of marine chronometers that were made by Berthoud in another age, in another era. And he wanted to come up with a line of watches that represented those chronometric ideals of those marine chronometers, which were, of course, pieces for which precision was a life or death matter, right? It was of vital import. After all, those were navigational tools for even ocean faring, right? So if it wasn't operational, if it wasn't working, if it wasn't precise, you would be lost at sea. And that's if you experienced even a minor thing like that, even anything remotely similar to that, I'm sure you know the feeling. It's almost a metaphysical crisis, and certainly in that kind of context, very much a matter of life and death. I am trying to pull up the my wrist roll when I got the chance to try on this watch last year, when the lovely people at the Chopard boutique here in South Coast Plaza invited me to take a look at these pieces. Where is it? Maybe I have it on my YouTube Shorts. I thought it was on Instagram. There we go. This is an incredible, incredible watch. I want to get some more cold water. I'm really cooking here, so please enjoy a close look at this picture as I get a refill. All right, I'm right back. The reason I'm struggling and scrambling behind the scenes is really due to the heat. It's been unbearable for the last week or so. Very humid, unusually humid in Southern California. I know JB probably hates me as I say this, because it doesn't even begin to compare to the heat and humidity around this time of the year in Texas at all. But I'm not used to it. I'm too much of a lightweight when it comes down to it. So my apologies. So here is the pink gold version. And this is basically chapter 3 is the accessible version of Ferdinand Berthoud, and that's both in terms of the price point, but also in terms of the design of the movement, the caliber. It's not a tourbillon this time. It's basically a time-only piece, but with a very unique layout and a cylindrical balance spring, which is actually quite rare in the world of wristwatches. Here's a porthole like opening on the side of the case, on the left case band, that gives you an extra angle on that breathing mechanism. I think ultimately the watch ends up being a beautiful blend between the tradition of chronometry and artisanal crafts on the one hand, and on the other, the highest standards we came to expect from independent watchmakers today. Uh, of course, the price tag reflects that. I think the list price is somewhere around 140,000 in Swiss francs. The third chapter of the Berthoud story, chronomètre FP3, is based on a cylindrical balance spring, and that really gives that timepiece almost a living, certainly breathing presence on the wrist. Of course, the porthole itself is also a nice gesture to the maritime origins of the name, of the brand. Since Berthoud's legacy is in making marine chronometers for the French Royal Navy. The watch happens to be the only cylindrical balance spring that is chronometer certified by COSC, which again is a standard that's the quote-unquote Scheufele family of brands constantly and consistently abides by. All of the LUC watches are chronometer certified, whether they're tourbillon or not. They always go that extra mile to that extent of getting the watches certified by a third party for their chronometric precision. The watch is a beautiful and unique architecture that, of course, preserves that chronometrically regulated cylindrical balance spring as its focal point, but also lays out the timekeeping functions also in a legible and three-dimensional manner. The look of the watch is really balanced. And again, the piece is surprisingly legible. I do prefer how it looks and how it reads in the pink gold version, but that's just a minor preference. In this case, of course, the heat blued hands against the main plate might itself be an interesting point in favor of the white gold. The movement is executed in pale 2N yellow gold. And the eggshell colored dial is in silver toned brass that has a sandblasted finish. And this piece, even though technically it's not a limited edition, is made in about 25 examples per year. Since the decoration of the 230 components that make up the movement take about 100 hours, and of course, we're not even talking about the assembly and the chronometric regulation beyond everything else. A very beautiful and unique timepiece that, for me, I think is one of my grails. I don't think it's going to happen in this lifetime, but one can justifiably dream. I'll go through the Parmigiani Fleurier Tonda PF micro rotor quite quickly because the piece is very familiar to us by now. It acquires its sleekness and its slender profile thanks to the micro rotor movements. As you can see right here, designed by one of the masters of the craft, of course, Michel Parmigiani himself. This is the platinum version, which does not limit itself to that finely fluted bezel, but in fact actually includes the case, the integrated bracelet, and even the dial. Only 7.8 millimeters on the wrist. Very elegant watch. Down to its, and it's a platinum watch, down to its platinum dial, which has a distinct sandblasted finish. The platinum version of the Tonda PF is 85,000 in Swiss francs. Neo, you're too funny, man. Whoa. JB says, I have good air conditioning. I must, but I did see a guy pass out on the softball field the other day from the heat. Pretty scary, man. Yeah, heat strokes are no joke. The Chef de Recipe watch I really like, actually. It's not it hasn't been, I think, as groundbreaking as some people expected. Um, let me rephrase that. I mean, I think some people were really unrealistic in their expectations, since Cevdet is the younger brother of Recep Recepi, who, of course, won this category with both of the watches that he presented so far, that under his own name, Chronomètre Contemporain and Chronomètre Contemporain 2. So the expectations were sky high. I think it is a beautifully finished watch with a rather unique complication or function, which actually is a great homage to Swiss timekeeping. Let me see if I can find a video of this. I'm going to try to find an actual video of this watch, of this particular watch. So we can actually see the complication at work. Please hit the like button, by the way. That really, really helps. You know, this is a small channel, so every tiny bit of a like, of a push, really makes a great deal of difference. Right here on Chevda de Chepi's Instagram account, you can see the case design. I think is very beautiful, with its stepped bezel, stepped lugs that have a beautiful curvature to them. They are beautifully drooping to the extent that they look like very elegant claws. And the minute Anort basically has a seconds hand that completes the turn in 58 seconds and then basically pauses for about 2 seconds when it finishes its lap and continues its cycle after the minute hand jumps, which, if you have been ever in a Swiss train station, there you go. You'll recognize that that's how the clocks at the station work. And the opening at 6 o'clock allows you to see the mechanism of the complication as well. There's also a stop balance. The case is in platinum with a diameter of 38 millimeters and a thickness of 8.5. The piece is a limited series of 50 units. Beautifully finished. It is priced right under 90,000 in Swiss francs, 80,391. The last one in this category is Simon Pret, chronomètre artisan. This was a watch that was quite the revelation when it was first announced, and I think in various different series, it's been already sold out for years already. It costs about 54,000 in Swiss francs. The case material for this subscription series is in zirconium. It was a run of 12 units. Every element represents the exacting standards of hand finishing. Meticulously decorated, mostly applied by hand. Of course, that dial finish is very unique in its mosaic-like, hand-detailed quality. I like how the dial has that balance between open-worked elements that very masterfully expose the elements of the movement, even as you have a beautiful aesthetic detail at the center of the dial as well. And you look at those snailed wheels on the case back. The three-quarter bridge on which they stand is nicely beveled and hand polished at the edges. And the screws that are set in the solid gold chaton, which we don't have a close view here, really are concave, right? And mirror polished, which is a beautiful and very unique detail. Let me see if I can find a picture of that. That's more of a close-up of the movement side. Okay, there we go. Ah, there it is. Yeah, the level of finishing detail is really, really incredible. I mean, even the wolf's teeth detail on the wheels, mind blowing. Hey, Robert Wood and MCM. For Chevdet's case, I believe so. I mean, his brother owns that manufacturer now. The famous case maker, Jean-Pierre Agman, who made a lot of the great minute repeater cases for Patek Philippe, for example, was practically retired. Recep Recepi brought him out of retirement for the cases of his chronomètre contemporain 1 and 2, and finally actually bought the manufacturer and integrated into his own establishment. So the style is very much Agman when it comes to Cevdet Recep minutes anört. There is someone in the community actually who ordered one, who has one on order. So I will ask him and confirm. But I believe the Cevdet Recep case is Jean-Pierre Agman JHP case. Yeah, I think the Simon Brett watch will win that category. And I kind of wanna put it like that, right? My favorite watch here is probably the Ferdinand Berthoud FP3 SPC with the De Bethune DB28 XS Starry Seas a close second for very different reasons. But I think the Simon Brett Chronomètre Artisan will win in that category. In the same way, my favorite here is probably the Arnold Sun Perpetual Moon 38 Mint Night for the ladies category. But I feel like the Piaget or the Hermes might win. Let's go to men's complication, which includes some of the usual suspects, but more. The RTA, Tiny Purity Tourbillon Chameleon, which is a tourbillon piece with a nano sapphire case, a sapphire case that changes colors, which, depending on your perspective, is either gimmicky or mind-blowing. I will leave the decision to you. Audemars Piguet Roylock Concept, split seconds chronograph GMT. This was the piece that was reinterpreted as a bespoke dashboard clock for a recent one-of-a-kind Rolls-Royce. As you might remember, this is something we covered on this channel, along with the Vacheron Constantin pocket watch that was commissioned for another one-of-a-kind Rolls-Royce by the same person, apparently. The Beauvais 1822 Recital 27, which is a triple time zone watch with an indication for cities, an additional moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. The Parmigiani Fleurier Tonda PF makes another entry in this category with their Minute Rattrapante. They had introduced in the previous cycle a GMT Rattrapante, which basically reimagined the Rattrapante complication, which is usually used in the chronograph context, as having two hands that split, which of course in a chronograph allows you to time two events, two different intervals that start at the same time. The GMT Rattrapante allowed you to basically have an additional hour hand that hid perfectly under the main one, except when you manipulated it, when you moved it around with the additional pusher. There was only one in that, which um, allowed you to move the local hour hand with 1 hour increments. And there was once again a pink gold pusher integrated onto the crown, which allowed a homecoming, which allowed those 2 hour hands to come together again to catch up, as the French verb rattraper implies. The minute rattrapante is um, a little bit of a complication that we didn't know we needed. Um, we already make, as watch enthusiasts, as collectors, we already make fun of each other for how we use our chronographs and how we use the rotational dive timing bezels on sports watches, on dive watches specifically. This complication basically integrates, or rather interprets the function of a rotational bezel in the form of an additional minute hand, which you can actually manipulate with those 2 extra pushers. One of which advances the minutes in 5 minutes increments, and the other is more of a fine-tuning version, which allows you to advance it in 1 minute increments. So this, the lower pusher, advances this pink gold additional minute hand in 5 minute increments, and then you fine tune with 1 minute, right? So let's say you want to finish in, you start here and you want to finish in about 22 minutes. You push this 4 times, push this 2 more times, and your pink gold hand ends here. Of course, the main minute hand remains, and when it catches up with the pink gold hand, you can see it at a glance. When it passes that hand, of course, you can extend the time, and at the end of the day, you can always click the pink gold pusher and have the 2 hands meet. And again, I think it's a nifty execution. It's a complication we didn't know we needed. I still think we don't need it, but I like the elegance with which one of the most common and most pedestrians complications is being reimagined. And in each case, whether we are talking about the GMT rattrapante or the minute rattrapante, I love the fact that the integration is so discreet that when you're not using the complication, the watch looks incredibly pure, um, because these use the medallion logo, which takes very little real estate from that beautiful Grand Ange guilloche dial, the guilloche dial with a very subtle barleycorn pattern that is proprietary to the brand. They have the abbreviated, um, but also multifaceted hour markers, which again don't take up much space on the dial. Skeletonized hands, which can be very discreetly hidden under their doppelganger, so to speak. So, and the pushers even, they don't protrude too far and wide. So ultimately, when you're not using the complication, the watch looks very pure and sleek. But I completely agree with JB. I think it just looks much better with the GMT version. And yes, actually, JB, I think that's the next one they should do. And of course, it's predictable, but it has to be a rattrapante chronograph next time, maybe with a single chronograph register and a monopusher chronograph. You should you should write to them to suggest that as the new Tonda PF, and maybe maybe they'll send you a Christmas card next time. I think that's a brilliant idea, and I'm sure they thought about it, but maybe not exactly in that particular way. So why not? This particular version is, of course, in stainless steel, case and integrated bracelets, and with their version of that finely fluted and also polished platinum bezel with a gray dial, again, beautiful in its hand engine turned detail. I really like it, but again, I think the GMT Rattrapante is just stronger, more utilitarian, more useful um, entry in that series when it comes to Parmigiani Fleurier. The Piaget Polo, which in terms of its design leaves a little bit to be desired, because the original Polo, as you guys know, was a very unique watch um, with a very integrated design that basically had the same um, separated links look even on the face of the watch. The new Polo, the modern Piaget Polo, more or less looks like a rounder version of the Aquanauts, not the most original piece. This is an ultra thin perpetual calendar um, in that case, which of course integrates a signature micro rotor movement by Piaget, which is part of their métier here with the hype green dial, the forest green dial, and a matching rubber band. The piece is in pink gold and has a price tag of 72,500 francs. My favorite is also um, MCM's favorite. This is a cushion-shaped world timer by Kari Voutilainen. I really like the cushion-shaped case design. Overall, again, we were just talking about it at Neo's urging. I like non-round cases increasingly, more and more. This particular design is, I think, combines unique elements such as those three dotted screws on the four corners of the case. The dial is round. It's not necessarily form-fitting, which I think is very understandable when you think of the execution, of the traditional execution of the world timer, which this watch doesn't stray too far away from. It has a center dial, which has a beautiful wavy guilloche decoration, which of course Kari Voutilainen's workshop um, specializes in. And they also have another dial manufacturer, namely Comblemine, which provides the rest of the industry with the with a similar, so to speak, expertise. But of course, these dials, the dials for Kari Voutilainen's workshop, are actually done in the workshop. And as you can see, even in this anthracite gray kind of monochromatic design, the various patterns really shine. Those are surrounded by a 24-hour ring, which takes black for the night hours and silver for the day hours. And then there is a cities ring, which integrates kind of a unique combination of world cities. For example, instead of the usual suspects, you have Motier, which is where Kari Voutilainen's workshop is, and Kemi, which is where, of course, Kari Voutilainen is from in Finland. JB, I haven't tried the new Nautilus bracelet, which apparently has the micro adjustment as well and comes very highly recommended. Honestly, in terms of wearability, I've always liked the Nautilus bracelet a little more than the Royal Oak, which I'm ashamed to admit because I'm a Royal Oak supremacist. I just like it infinitely more. But yeah, I agree. By the way, MCM, I love those hands, which are both out of flame blued stainless steel, as you can see in those details, and of course, rhodium plated white gold. Lovely detail in terms of both the combination of the materials and finishing there. In terms of its functionality too, it's very streamlined and simplified because there's no extra pusher for the wall time function. You simply use the crown, which advances the hour and turns the city's ring, well, turns both of the rings when you press it inward. And yeah, I just love the Karivutilainen hands, which is, of course, an interpretation of the observatory style. But I don't know. I call it sometimes like bird's beak. It has that sort of design that's both elegant and cute in the same measure. So I really, really do like it. And of course, the movement looks absolutely stunning. I'm always completely smitten by that oversized balance wheel, which beats at a lower frequency, of course. Which means that when you get to observe it, it has that gentle extraction and contraction, which has this, again, effect of a breathing organism or like a beating heart. Of course, that balance bridge is finished with the same exquisite detail that other makers preserve, perhaps, for tourbillon bridges. And a very, very stunning deep stripes on the bridge plates, all the lovely interior angles, the snailing on the ratchet wheel, the oversized and beautifully black polished screws, the oversized rubies. It's just a fascinating, fascinating piece. And of course, by the way, I should mention that you have that triple wave design at the center, and of course, you have 24 separate scoops here, so to speak, with that secondary pattern that accompanies the city's ring. So it actually matches the division of the hours, right? 24 divisions for the 24 time zones. So that's a nice representation, nice visual and artistic representation of the guilloche art, which they specialize in for this world time watch. This piece, of course, is also an incredibly limited run of 10 pieces in stainless steel, again with a hand wound caliber, which has a power reserve of 60 hours at full crank, which beats at 2.5 hertz, 18,000 semi-oscillations per hour. The case is 39 by 48 millimeters, with a thickness of 12 millimeters. The piece is splash proof, 30 meters of water resistance, unfortunately, which is one small shortcoming perhaps. But then again, I don't think anyone swims with their Voutilainen watch or takes a shower for that matter. The price, including the VAT, is right under 200,000, 198,000 Swiss francs. Yes, so my favorite is the Kari Voutilainen cushion-shaped world timer, but I wouldn't be surprised if the AP Royal Oak concept wins this category. That's just my take on here. The ladies' complication is sometimes a confusing category because a lot of times you have watches that are more compact, reduced sized versions of what is available elsewhere. And I think my favorite in this category actually is exactly in that genre. This is the Anderson Genève World Timer, the Arctic Sunrise, with the unique center dial. I love the discretion of, again, of the world time complication, which has two crowns, which sits flush on the case, very discreet, very sleek. The case itself is a very elegant and classic design that doesn't uh, necessarily steal the show, but serves as a vessel of this elegant execution of the world time caliber. I think it's incredibly fitting since we were talking about a very strong design choice by Kari Voutilainen for their world timer. Here we have something that is much more conservative, but in a beautiful execution. A pink gold case that's roughly 38 millimeters in diameter and right around 10 millimeters thick. This is one of the Anderson Genève pieces that is a collaboration with BCHH in a limited edition of 50. Sorry, I think in a limited edition of 15, I believe. Um, the dial is in cloisonné enamel on a hand guilloché detail, as you can see distinctly on the sunrise part. The gold threading and the unique colors achieved by enamel looks just perfect. And as you guys know, these watches are entirely customizable. You can just about choose any 24 cities on the dial for that cities ring. And again, you know, there's a beautiful rotor with those magical lozenge pattern that's unique to the brand in blued gold, which became their signature. And I believe the ring here that frames the movement is actually blue tinted mother of pearl. And someone can correct me if I'm mistaken. But of course, that kind of resonates with the dial design too, because the city's ring is in mother of pearl on the face of the watch. So it would make sense to use a mother of pearl detail on the back as well and combine that with a blue gold rotor. Jake Brooks, how dare you? How dare you compare Kari Voutilainen's cushion-shaped case to Bell& Ross? You have forever ruined that watch for me. Not that I was, allocated one of those 10 examples, but still. So for ladies complication, again, even though this is a world timer that is very classically sized, and even though this is a watch that is absolutely unisex, this is going to be my choice. For the discerning woman, it does have very feminine details, but those are feminine details that can appeal to any man, really, both in terms of the various artistic executions on the dial, which includes an ivory mother of pearl cities ring and a center dial that combines the art of engine turning by hand and cloisonné enamel micropainting. And of course, a beautifully finished movement that is framed with a blue tinted mother of pearl ring and complemented by a full I believe 22 carats blue gold rotor weight. The piece is 58,800 in Swiss francs, and it is part of a limited run of 15 pieces. So the next category is called iconic. Um, these are a lot of times anniversary watches, since the iconic category is a way of awarding um, designs that have had a lasting power, designs that uh, have become staples in the industry, like the Royal Oak, like the Ingenieur that has a representative here, like the Carrera, like the Ulysse Nardin Freak, which is included here, like the Navi Timer, um, classic designs that brands keep reiterating. For example, the Royal Oak Offshore, which celebrates its 35th year. AP entered the black ceramic rendition of the original Beast for this year, which I think checks a lot of boxes. I used to detest the Royal Oak Offshore, and over the years, it has grown on me so much. Uh, of course, not to the extent that I would prefer it to a Royal Oak Jumbo, but I really appreciate it for what it is and for how it took the Royal Oak design to somewhere else. Because after all, despite its rather industrialist and even brutal modernist visual aesthetics, the Royal Oak Jumbo especially is actually a very discreet, um, very sleek, very refined and dressy watch. So Royal Oak Offshore, I think, opened up the entire modern line and the design in a more abstract sense to a different kind of interpretation, which I overall appreciate. I think the black ceramic execution creates a fantastic murdered out look, not necessarily something that I would go after. I also don't like a lot of the ceramic versions of the Royal Oak, of the perpetual calendar, for example, even though I don't hate it as much as I wanted to. I got to see the blue ceramic version of the Royal Oak perpetual calendar last December at in New York for the preview of the Philips auction there, and it was a lovely watch. You know, not necessarily the one for me, but it was great, and that's quickly becoming a signature. This all ceramic execution is quickly becoming a signature for AP. And I think this is a beautiful model to realize in this murdered out all black ceramic look with also a black petite tapisserie dial. And of course, the offshore, I think, still looks best in that original chronograph layout. This particular version, again, was part of the 35th anniversary celebrations, and it has a list price of 75,400 in Swiss francs. I think that's a strong contender for no sound. Can you hear me? Wait, you can't hear my sound. Never mind. So you can hear me? Please say yes rather than some abbreviation or no. Okay. Good. I appreciate you, JB. Thank you. I think this is a strong contender in the iconic category, even though it's not my favorite. I think they might give it to AP as part of the 35th year celebrations. I think last year uh, they thought they were a shoe in this category with the Royal Oak 50th anniversary, but it was actually a Monaco that won the category, so you never know. The Ingenieur came back, so that should be of interest in this category. I know people, I think, some of these silly influencers said it and everyone keeps repeating it that this watch is too expensive and it's a disappointment, um, as if people are actually in IWC's books, and they they are their cost manager or something and know how to price these things. Beyond going to that level of silliness and bickering, I think this is a great watch. It's not the only watch in IWC's catalog that borrows its architecture from a simple enough movement. If that's a concern, don't buy IWC watches at all, because after all, it every single one of its chronographs basically uh, is based on a Vajru 7750. That is the architecture that they have borrowed and then improved upon. And in a similar sense, the new IWC Ingenieur uh, has a movement which builds on a familiar and ever present ETA base, but actually extends that into a very capable movement with a power reserve of 5 hours. I think it's a very nice rendition of the classic Jarajanta design. I like the fact that it has all these different variations with even a titanium version, which has its unique look, and aqua green, I think, the original dial color in stainless steel, which are all, I think, quite cool. And the price point at 12,000 Swiss francs. Of course, anyone would have liked it to be cheaper, but I don't understand the rote memorization that seems to have caught on among some of the enthusiasts to say, oh, I actually love IWC, but this watch is too expensive. Well, it's actually not that expensive for this category. watches have most certainly become very expensive, but in terms of the list price, remember its contemporaries, which have, of course, by now lapped, superseded, and transcended the Ingenieur, nowadays list for more than $30,000. The Vacheron Constantin overseas is nowadays a 25K plus watch. Bulgari and Chopard have their entry level integrated bracelet watches at the same or slightly more expensive price point than the IWC Ingenieur. And finally, there are brands like Chapek, which have suddenly become very popular. And I love Chapek as well, even though their Antarctique is not my favorites, that sell watches again for in this category for twice the amount of the IWC. Again, if you're going for something more refined, the Ingenieur is not the choice for you anyways. I hope no one was expecting an ultra thin rendition of the Ingenieur as its revival. No one was expecting an IWC Ingenieur with a micro rotor movement that rivaled the thinness of the Octo Finissimo or the refinement of the Chopard Alpine Eagle, so on and so forth. It's not perfect. I want a discount as well, but I don't think the price point is actually too unrealistic in that category. So this is also a strong entry. I don't think it will win the prize, however, in the iconic category. The Carrera also celebrates an anniversary this year. This is the glass box version, which is a slight adjustment in the design. Even though it modernizes the design, it perhaps injects the Carrera with a certain vintage flavor, because the glass box crystal has that kind of, pardon me, look, has that kind of charm. And the unique positioning of the date window at 12 is an interesting touch. It's a nice touch. The vertical positioning, I think, is much more practical if you really need a date window. Nice, Captain. Please report back on your visits. MCM, I think I'm really this close of ordering one of the Habring chronographs. This close. I am actually going to write to them tomorrow to see if they can do that top second mono pusher Chronofelix with a different set of hands. And I might just order myself one. Mr. French Fries Monster, welcome back. And he says, I hate the pushers on the Carrera. I'm not a huge fan of the piston style pushers either. I agree. But I do also love the glass box crystal, which you can kind of see here, right? The way it integrates the bezel as well. I think it's seriously cool. And again, this is a design that preserves what is unique about the Carrera, has a certain vintage inspiration, but I'm so glad it is proudly presented with tag Hoya on the dial. I think as much as I love the 60s Hoya chronographs as much as everybody else, but I think they need to move beyond that. I think they need to find ways of respecting that heritage, taking up that legacy, but executing in a way that is Tag Hoya 2023 and beyond, rather than Hoya of 60s, which they will never recreate. Right? That's gone. So I think this is a strong entry as well because it takes the vintage inspiration and does something original with it, does something new with it. And the price point is, of course, very reasonable, relatively speaking, 6,300 Swiss francs, including the VAT. My absolute favorite, which I hope uh, wins this category, is the recreation of Chopard LUC 1860. This was the first watch created for the LUC manufacturer. And this year, they decided to recreate the 1860 in a new interpretation that takes all of the interesting elements of the original design, but renders it in a way that has its unique flavor. First of all, the piece is executed in stainless steel, whereas the original 1860 was a precious metal dress watch. The date window is eliminated, which gives the watch an even more pure and elegant look, in my opinion at least. The dial is beautifully rendered by Metallem, which I believe produced the original hand guilloche dials as well. But that is a manufacturer, that's a dial maker that is nowadays owned by Scheufele, owned by Chopard. The classic wave pattern at the center of the dial is ever so subtly shifted, and it looks like the design emanates from the plaque that carries the Chopard signature. Beautiful Dauphine hands are complemented by dagger-shaped indices, multifaceted and masterfully finished. And there's also a small seconds dial. And as you subdial at 6 o'clock, and as you can see, every single sector of the dial is also finely separated and framed by a coin-edged guilloche detail as well, which adds a lot of dimensionality to this exquisite salmon dial, which combines beautifully with a white metal case. And you guys remember I was talking about the lasting influence of Eric Clapton just yesterday night. And that was certainly part of his signature, right? The 3970G that he special ordered with a salmon dial, and a unique Breguet numeral at 12 o'clock. That was part two, by the way. I'm putting the link in the chat. I would really appreciate it if you could actually watch that episode, both of the pieces, both of the live streams that I did on Eric Clapton's watches that have come up on public auction. I think came out really beautifully, really nicely. I really appreciate. I love Maldives for encouraging me to do the research for them, to prepare them, and I'm grateful for his support and generous contributions as well. Please check it out. Give it a like in advance. Um, you can talk to me if you don't like it, but you have my guarantee that you will. And those two episodes, 2 hours each, I think have some of the best content that I realized in live stream form on this channel. So I feel very strongly about it. And it's exactly the kind of video, again, that you can share with others to see if they would like to join the community that we are building here, where we feel really strongly about passion and knowledge in equal measure when it comes to wristwatches. MCM says Habring will customize 100%. I think so. And when it comes to that Chronofelix top second, the cathedral hands are almost a deal breaker for me, right? I despise them on every other contemporary watch. There, I can kind of take it. I can live with it. But if they could change it for me, I would love it. Captain, I completely agree. I was kind of turned off by the only watch version they did with the pistachio green dial. That was a turn off. But I think the combination of the stainless steel case with the salmon dial is an absolute winner. And of course, this is a great representation of the LUC manufacturer because it has the original DNA of the manufacturer, which is this micro rotor movement designed actually by Michel Parmigiani. That was he was given a brief by Carl Friedrich Schäufele, along with basically a blank check and as much time as he needed to design refined high horology movements from scratch. And caliber 96 was what he came up with. It took, by some accounts, 3 years, by other accounts, 5 years. Here you can see it's in a no-date form, bearing the hallmark of Geneva on its bridge plates that have that refinement of the Geneva stripes decoration, a beautifully decorated micro rotor in 22 karat gold that bears also the logo of the manufacturer. Really beautiful. 1860 is, of course, the year of origin for the Chopard brand, which has been held for quite some time now by the Scheufele family. And this watch is my absolute favorite when it comes to the watches in the iconic category. I think they need to be recognized. 2022 was the 25th anniversary of that special manufacture that has bases in Geneva and Fleurier, where Chopard focuses on high horological pieces. And I think they deserve all the recognition and encouragement they need. And I remember the famous style and watch journalist Nick Fox a couple of years ago had said that Carl Friedrich Scheufele wins so many prizes year after year that they should just delegate one Scheufele prize to him so that other brands can win something too. And he was only half joking, because there was a stretch there where either Berthoud or Chopard LUC was winning one of the big prizes year after year. So yeah, same. Look, I like green dials, and I think green dial is my choice in terms of hype colors. To be honest, I like it even more than most shades of blue. But I like the darker applications of the green, like a hunter green, like a racing green. Um, I don't know, even turf green. Give me any green, but not. It can't be that light. Just so we don't, just so everyone knows what we're talking about here. From Chopard's own website is the watch we're talking about. It is their entry to the 10th edition of the Only Watch charity auction that is going to take place about 4 days before the gala of this prize. And this was their submission for it. It is by all means the same watch, the 1860, still made in lucent steel, still executed practically in the same way, simply with a different dial. In this case, a dial with in pistachio green, which makes this pièce unique, one of a kind version of the new Chopard LUC 1860 in lucent steel, which does have a very special kind of sparkle, but mostly distinguishes itself by being made of recycled material, which I believe by year 2025, they will have reached, yes, 90%. For now, lucent steel is made out of 80, what is it, 80% recycled steel. The next category is tourbillon. There's an ultra thin Arnold and Son, which is quickly becoming one of my favorite niche brands. That's, I think, for a little while I will admire from a comfortable distance, but I like and appreciate their work more and more. And I like the little nautical or maritime details they put into their watches, like that anchor detail they hid in the tourbillon cage for this particular piece. Of course, you have the off-center opal, white opal dial, here oriented towards 12 o'clock. At 6 o'clock, you have an oversized tourbillon cage which is almost as large as the main dial, that is framed in gold. The same pink golds, the same 18 karat pink golds that forms the case as well. This ultra thin tourbillon is encased in 41.5 millimeter pink gold case, and the overall thickness of the watch is 8.30 millimeters. I can't say I actually like the design of this watch so much. There's something missing, I think, for me. I feel there's too much negative space on the dial. I don't like how the tourbillon cage is almost the same size as the primary dial, but it really isn't. But the watch, I feel, is actually more impressive and handsome from the back, since it has that freehand engraved and partially open worked balance bridge. Again, beautifully finished bridge plate there with a kind of the sunray pattern on the stripes, the double band snailing on the wheels, the oversized heat blued screws. It's a really beautiful piece. Again, not necessarily my choice in this category, but I think worthy entry nonetheless. A limited run of 88 pieces, priced at 70,100 Swiss francs, including the VAT. Again, I like how they integrated that anchor detail to the tourbillon bridge. I like the case design overall. I love how the movement is finished, but there's too much negative space on the dial for my liking. There is, again, to my eyes, a certain lack of balance, but that's just me. That is the Arnold & Son ultra thin tourbillon in pink gold, 41.5 millimeters in diameter and 8.3 millimeters in thickness. I am actually a huge fan of the Parmigiani Fleurier entry here. Again, I'm not necessarily saying that it will win, but it is my favorite in this category. It happens to be platinum as well, platinum case, platinum integrated bracelets. The dial itself is also platinum once again, finished in their Milano blue, sandblasted. The tourbillon is the more difficult execution, which is, as they say, a flying tourbillon. So without a bridge, which means that also aesthetically speaking, You have no impediments, you have no interruption of your view of the tourbillon as it completes its revolution in 60 seconds, in a minute, which of course means that with that arrow detail, it also serves as a seconds indicator. With that heat blued pointer, the tourbillon cage turns into a small seconds subdial. I will get more water as you enjoy the finishing of this movement. Be nice, Captain. I think I have been too harsh on Waco recently, so I might need to dial it down a little bit. Wow, I'm so happy that I actually got up and got this bottle out of the freezer, because it's a glass bottle and it was about to burst. That would have created a lot of work for me. Um, yeah, joking aside, I mean, look, as things come up, as issues arise, I approach them critically on this channel. And whether it involves personalities that are larger than life in this space, that have a certain established reputation, who are almost universally liked, that doesn't matter to me, right? I always remain respectful. I'm always civil. I'm always as detailed, as correct, as truthful in laying out my arguments. Um, I'm always happy to agree to disagree. And yeah, it's just, I think Waco has been on the wrong end of a lot of those arguments recently, and that's okay. That's okay. And at the end of the day, you know, I'm just shadow boxing, right? I'm a I'm a 13 viewer Andy. No one cares about what I have to say, right? So it's all good fun. I like how this particular movement, as is the case with a lot of the um, higher complications, so to speak, that are presented uh, in the PF case, is finished also at a different level, which is here signified with Côte de Genève circulaire, like the circular striping on the bridge plates. But of course, ultimately, the base of the movement is the same micro rotor caliber, on which a great number of Tonda PF watches are built. Um, this is really a great watch. My absolute favorite. I really like that particular blue. Let me see if they haven't included a video here, but I think There must be a few videos of the Ton de PF flying tourbillon somewhere. Um, and I mean, it's an incredible watch.
Stop format way. So
And it's such a discreet blue too, you know, it's really like black in most angles, but you know, of course, I think that's why they call it Milano blue, you know, it's like a dark navy business suit, right? It looks so dark that it's black almost, but not really. Let me see if there is yeah, there we go. We have also look into the movement. Fantastic. So this is my favorite for the tourbillon. I think it's really elegant. Um, I think it might, you know, it will probably be given to either Laurent Ferrier or Bulgari. Bulgari's watch is a titanium execution of the Octo Roma, which is a line that they renewed this year. The dial itself is a unique design, which has those cutouts that frame the tourbillon at the center of the watch, which is a very nice display. This is also a jumping hour watch. And it has a unique way of displaying the minutes, right? They could have just done a retrograde minute hand and be done with it. But they basically designed these two separate minute hands that travel the dial, right, in some sort of synchrony, where they don't impede anything visually when they're in the upper part of the dial. And they basically circle around the tourbillon like two um, butterflies from the future, harkening back to the name of the watch, one of which floats above and the lower one showing the minutes, which I think is a very witty way of executing a jump hour watch in a sense that both conveys the watch with a unique aesthetic without depriving it uh, out of its functionality, without taking away from uh, the visual centerpiece of the watch, which is, of course, the tourbillon. Once again, this is not my aesthetic at all, but I appreciate the way they took care, that they clearly thought um, to execute what could otherwise be a very simple design. And MCM, I actually completely agree. Completely agree. Both the case and even the cutout dial design has a very strong resemblance to Sarpaneva. Um, and it wouldn't be the first time, right? A lot of major brands sometimes even shamelessly copy smaller brands. Um, and when it's not one to one, of course, it's almost, yeah, it's so easy to get away with it. You know, if it's one detail here, one detail there, as long as it's not, uh, you know, too close, they can get away with it. And in this case, you know, they had the Octoroma design, so their argument would be that they were improving on it, that they were modifying it. Um, but clearly, in this particular iteration, in combination with a dial with cutouts, even though they are also serving the functional purpose of it's very reminiscent of a Sarpaneva watch. Um, Sorry, JB, I don't know what you mean. Do you mean if the micro rotor of the Tonda PF is bidirectionally winding, which in this case should be a yes? And so is the Bulgari, and so is the Chopin, which is also um, a Parmigiani design. The Chopin, I mean. All right, so I said for the tourbillon, I said my favorite, my personal favorite is the Parmigiani Fleurier Ton de Paix Flying Tourbillon, uh, but the award might go to Bulgari Octoroma or the Laurent Ferrier Grand Sport, which has this gradient salmon dial, titanium case and bracelets. And of course, in the traditional execution, the watch is just inscribed tourbillon on the dial, and the tourbillon itself, the tourbillon cage, is only visible from the exhibition case back. I have to admit that the dial is beautiful. I love the finishing of this case. And I'm a big fan of Laurent Ferrier watches, especially the square design, the cushion-shaped design. But the Grand Sport is absolutely not one of my favorites. But that's a beautiful tourbillon. And considering how Laurent Ferrier's first watch ever was a tourbillon, I think it's a nice way of circling back into that point of departure and ennoble their pride and joy, which is their integrated sports watch that brought a different kind of attention and energy into the brand. I think it's a cool piece, again, even though I don't like the design at all. The price point on this is, by the way, 188,475 in Swiss francs. The Bulgari, I think I forgot to mention, that was 113,000 in Swiss francs. The next category is calendar and astronomy. I will actually go with one choice and one wild card here. But let's go through the entries first. Beauvais 1822, Recital 20, Asterium. This is actually a very complicated piece, a one of a kind, which has, of course, an annual calendar, but also a tourbillon, retrograde minutes, equation of time, summer and winter, equinox, a very complicated piece. The second entry is from the emergent independent watchmaker Felipe Pikulik, which is a watch that has a moon phase indicator. And Felipe Pikulik is of Brazilian origin. So the moon phase is apparently the phases from the southern hemisphere, and it has a black rhodium plated dark side and a bright side, which is white rhodium plated. Again, the moon is shown from the perspective of the southern hemisphere in this 20-piece limited series. The dial is partly skeletonized to exhibit the aspects of the movements that showcase traditional watchmaking and finishing skills. Um, of course, this sort of moon phase uh, indicator, the spherical moon phase indicator, in their unique execution, could be familiar to de Béthune collectors. Nevertheless, it's not something that you come across in every watch. I think for the spherical moon phase, the watch remains still compact, 10.5 millimeters in thickness, in a 41 millimeter stainless steel case, which has beautiful and muscular lugs, kind of a dark look for a watch that um, has its unique reinterpretation and execution of what is a very romantic complication. I kind of like it for that reason. This is the Felipe Piccolic Moon Phase 1. The price, including the VAT, is 25,188 in Swiss francs. A limited run of 20 pieces. IWC's Big Pilot Perpetual Calendar in the Lake Tahoe Top Gun version is also an entry to this category. The Lake Tahoe is their white ceramic case. The Parmigiani Fleurier Tonda PF with its Chinese calendar with a beautiful red dial is another entrant. I think deserves some sort of recognition, if not necessarily the prize, for executing a unique calendar complication. There's another Piaget Polo, this time with an obsidian dial with a blue lacquered finish and a bezel that is set with deep blue sapphires. I think beautiful details, even though I don't really like the design to begin with. A very nice execution of the Moon Phase 2, I have to admit. But overall, I just get stuck with the generic nature of the design. It, to me, it just looks like Piaget's version of the Aquanaut, and That, I think, is inexcusable for a heritage brand. And again, just to give you a sense of what the Piaget Polo looked like, and whether you like it or hate it, actually like the design, you cannot blame it for being unoriginal or inauthentic. This was the Piaget Polo. It's such a unique design, such an original design, which I think is betrayed by the contemporary version, which just looked like an uglier cousin of the Aquanaut by Patek Philippe. This piece is an 18-unit limited edition, priced at 108,000 in Swiss francs. Okay, so we are basically with my favorites. I like this even better in the quote-unquote regular production version with the salmon dial, but this is the Habring 2 Chronofelix Perpetual. It is the perpetual calendar chronograph by Habring 2. Here it is in the black and white version, which was a collaboration with Messina Lab. Habring 2 had previously a perpetual calendar split second chronograph, which was, of course, housed also in a larger case. This execution, which combines monopusher chronograph with the perpetual calendar module from Dubois Deprat, reduces the case diameter to 38.5. The thickness is very manageable, very moderate, 12 millimeters, which is great for this kind of complication. The case is still beautifully proportional, not too large, not too small. This was, again, a limited edition that I believe was, they haven't specified it here, but 30 or 40 examples over the next 2 years or something. But the salmon dial version is part of the regular line. Which is absolutely stunning, and which I think is well deserving of every kind of praise, because it somehow happens to be both very uniquely Habring 2 in terms of its case design, in terms of its monopusher chronograph, even as it remains also very recognizably traditional in its interpretation of this prestige complication, which is the combination of perpetual calendar and a chronograph. And of course, it's completely true to Richard Habring's own traditional legacy, since he was Kurt Klaus's protege at IWC, since he is, as MCM mentioned in the chat before, the master of modifying the Valjoux 7750, from which he derived the Doppelchronograph, the split second or rattrapante version of the chronograph. Which was introduced in 1992. It's really a stunning piece. And quite great looking as well in this black and white version, which has a clear inspiration in terms of taking some elements from a black and white picture of a classic Patek 1518. And you can recognize it in those Arabic numerals. And certainly the monochromatic, or rather the nearly monochromatic or photographic negative look is very original. And I love the fact that it puts the moon phase indicator at 12 o'clock, just like my Universal Genève tricompax. Please hit the like button, by the way, if you haven't done so already. I would really appreciate that. This piece is around $22,000, including tax, including VAT. And this is how the A11CP movement looks from behind, how it can be glimpsed through the exhibition case back. So basically, I would like the Habring 2 Masséna Lab perpetual calendar to win. My wild card is Felipe Pikulik, Moon Phase 1, even though I wouldn't be surprised if they gave it to Beauvais. When it comes to mechanical exception, this is a very unique category, which includes watches that either bend the limits of horological imagination or reinterpret classical complications in a contemporary manner, or perhaps even manage to execute some elements of an automaton on the wrist, which is Louis Vuitton's tambour opera automatic, which has that kind of element. Haute-Lance, by the way, belongs to the same group as H. Moser et Company. They have an entry here. Chapek's new Place Vendôme Complicité watch that I presented on a few days ago is one of the finalists. Jacob & Co. has its Astronomia Revolution, and AP's reinterpretation of their ultra complicated pocket watch, the Universal is in the code 1159 case, is also one of the pieces. I think that is going to win the prize. This is the RD number 4. And what is really exceptional about this watch is not only the number of complications that it packs, quote unquote, crams into a single case, but the fact that that case is 42 millimeters in diameter and simply 15.5 millimeters in thickness. So it's not at all unwearable. It's a little spendy for most of us, but still, the watch has a mind-boggling 40 functions and 23 complications in one, which includes Grand Sonnerie in the unique Super Sonnerie execution of Audemars Piguet, the standard chiming function of a minute repeater, a perpetual calendar, flyback chronograph with a split seconds function, and a flying tourbillon. The hinged caseback that you just saw allows you to have your cake and eat it too. When it's closed, it serves as an enhancing chamber, so to speak, which amplifies the watch's chiming function in terms of their acoustics. And it has that additional heft when it's worn. And of course, since it's a hinged case back, when you take it off, you can just pop it open and enjoy the beauty of the ultra complicated movement. So yeah, the watch has hours, minutes, dates, day, month, year, a 2-digit representation of the year that you can see here, the flying tourbillon, the moon phase indicator, the 2 chronograph registers here, 30-minute totalizer at 9 o'clock and 12-hour counter at 3, grand date, the big date at 12 o'clock, flyback functionality, split seconds, rattrapant functionality, perpetual calendar, and the chiming functions are just some of the complications of this watch, which has a price of 1,723,200 in Swiss francs. I think they will win the prize. My favorite is actually Chapek's Place Vendôme Complicité. Which is actually a design that Chapek engineered in collaboration with Bernhard Lederer, the German watchmaker, who is based nowadays in Switzerland, near Neuchâtel, if I'm not mistaken. This is a double escapement watch, which has also the visual aesthetics of other earlier Chapek models, Quai de Berg, for example, the watch, the week-long power reserve hand-wound dress watch, the Antarctique Rattrapante, the split-second chronograph version of their sports watch. Both have subdials that are placed in the same way that the two balance wheels are placed here in symmetrical manner. And of course, that is a functional layout as well, since they are, even as they beat independently from with power delivered from a single barrel, there is also central differential which balances any rate variations between the two independent escapements. The watch has a very discrete power reserve right there at 6 o'clock. Very balanced and symmetrical layout that lays everything bare in a very exciting manner on the base plates. I love how the hour track wraps around the two balance wheels. I'm always enchanted by that downward facing crescent shape. And I love the general grayscale look with dashes of red, which of course include the details on the power reserve indicator, the tip of the sweep center seconds, and number 60 at 12 o'clock, and also, of course, the jewels of the movements, the rubies in their own way as well. I think this is a beautiful piece. I also appreciate the collaboration and the transparency about it by Chapek. Ultimately, this is a very handsome looking and very wearable watch in a white gold case that scales right under 42 millimeters, 12.4 millimeters in thickness, 3-day power reserve with a movement that beats at 3.5 hertz, 21,600 variations per hour. And the price point is 85,000 in Swiss francs, including the VAT. If you want to direct my attention to any pieces that I didn't highlight, that I skipped over, or that I didn't get to yet, here's the link. Feel free to send in the watch you would like me to discuss in greater detail with a super chat, and I will do that immediately for you. I appreciate you. The next category is the chronograph. I want to go through the choices, go through the final nominations, and chime in with my own opinion. AP Roylock Offshore, self-winding flying tourbillon chronograph. Very impressive, but really puke-inducing in terms of the design, in my humble opinion. The Zynga Reimagined is a very unique chronograph that that integrates the most recent version of the famous Agengraph chronograph movement. The unique display of the chronograph registers. The new release, the re-edition of the Carrera Skipper by Tag Heuer seems to have made it to the final here as well as Grand Seiko's Tantograph. Which has a movement that beats 10 times per second. The 10-beat chronograph, which has the longest power reserve in the industry, apparently, in its category. I think it's also very much a Grand Seiko watch, including the finishing details on case, bracelet, and movements, which, by the way, in terms of the case and bracelet, is titanium. Very attractive. And the price point is 14,300, so not that bad at all. The Petemambeda, again, some of my favorites, young independents today have as their entry the chronograph Rattrapante, which is a watch that I appreciate and that I like a lot. Of course, beyond the price point and exclusivity. After all, it costs more than $250,000, 243,000 in Swiss francs, I believe, and is limited to 10 pieces. I actually love the design of the watch. The bespoke dial that basically reiterates now as a signature of the brand aesthetic that aspect of open working or transparent elements of the face of the watch. However, I found it puzzling, honestly, that they would have this kind of split seconds chronograph that is designed with its proprietary movement from scratch, that has also this kind of bespoke dial without really exhibiting properly at least one of the column wheels. You see, they have one of the column wheels in that transparent hour track, but it's hiding right under 12 o'clock, which has an Arabic numeral. I really don't get that. I'm actually kind of incredulous, right? You know, because they designed the movement, they ordered a bespoke dial from Comblemine. Um, how did this happen? I don't get it, honestly. Like, couldn't they have adjusted the movement's architecture or designed the deal as such that you could have a more or less unimpeded view of its inner workings? If you can't do that, if you can't actually get a nice glimpse of the inner workings of the movement, what actually is the purpose? What is the real reason behind open working dials? So I'm kind of disappointed with that, even though um, honestly I wouldn't be surprised if they actually won. I love the oversized chronograph registers, actually, and I do love the open work design. I just wish it was more carefully thought out. I wish the architecture of the movements or the design of the dial paid more attention to how much more of the functionality it could expose. I think one could expect as much at this price point. That brings me to my favorite entry and the one I wish would win in this category. This is De Betun's new interpretation of their monopusher chronograph, which they spelled out as DB8 rather than just using the number. Of course, Denis Flageolet has a very storied past when it comes to single button chronographs, when it comes to monopusher chronographs. After all, he was the one who designed the movement that brought back the Cartier classic from the roaring 20s back into the Collection Privée Cartier Paris in 1999. After all, he was part of that THA tag team that included François Pajon as well. He used a rendition of that monopusher chronograph in one of the first watches he conceived, he designed and made with de Béthune, namely the DB1, a classic monopusher chronograph with two registers, which I'm wearing here, with diamond encrusted ogival lugs and an entire case band set with blue sapphires. Very interesting model. Of course, later on, they had a more distinctive version of a monopusher chronograph in a design that would be more familiar to us, perhaps, because less classical, with a single register, beautiful guilloche dial with those 12 quote-unquote scalloped sectors, and a single chronograph register at 6, which is calibrated for a 45-minute totalizer. Still very elegant, still rather classical in terms of its design, but perhaps more readily recognizable as de Béthune. This piece was in a platinum case, and it was called the football timer because of its 45 minutes chronograph register, which of course equals a half in a game of football, in a game of soccer. So DB8 with the 8 spelled out is a new rendition of the DB8 that we were just looking at, now with an oversized 60-minute totalizer at 6 o'clock. A titanium case with a mirror polished finish, 42.4 millimeters in diameter, and slightly thicker than the famous and previous version of the DB8s, than the football timer. This time the thickness is right over 9 millimeters, 9.2. Open worked movements with a silicium escapement. Heat blued titanium balance wheel with those white gold inertia blocks. Still a very elegant watch, but perhaps even more looking the part now in this latest rendition, DB8. And this piece is 91,545 in Swiss francs, including the VAT. Very beautiful piece. One of my absolute favorites among all the nominees for the GPHG, and certainly my preference, my preferred watch among all these chronographs as well. Now we are in the sports watch category. We have the titanium version of the Ingenieur Automatic 40, which has, I think, a beautiful monochromatic 50 Shades of Grey look, which I really like and appreciate. It's a different take, even though it has a little bit of a premium over the stainless steel version at 15,000 Swiss francs. The Chopard Alpine Eagle with its Cadence 8HF enters the fold. This is the version of the Chopard Alpine Eagle in titanium case and integrated bracelet, chronometer certified, with a pitch black dial and a movement that beats at 8 hertz, which amounts to 57,600 semi-oscillations per hour, genuine high-frequency movements, which the piece uniquely represents in its aesthetics, with the orange accents, as well as a beautifully and variously finished grade 5 titanium case. There's Doxa Army by Doxa, classic dive watch. Which is a reissue with along the lines of models that Doxa supplied elite Swiss Army divers. One of the most affordable pieces in the entire selection, with a price including the VAT 2,150 in Swiss francs. The Monza flyback chronograph, which has a titanium carbon composites case and an open-worked dial at 13,500 in Swiss francs, if you're a fan of the Monza. The Tudor Pelagos 39, which, of course, again, is one of the affordable pieces, 4,400 in Swiss francs. I think that's a beautiful watch. I actually really liked it. Some people were turned off by the sunburst aspects of the watch, by the sunburst finishing of some parts of the watch. I think it just fits it beautifully. and gives it a little bit of a distinction within the Pelagos lineup. And of course, the Grönefeld 1969 Delta Works, which is, of course, absolutely the finest piece among these 6 finalists. I think it will ultimately win in this category. I actually really like the case design. Again, not necessarily my style, but the way it integrates into the stainless steel case, these rubber inserts that go really well with that textured rubber strap, and of course also with their unique version of a very interesting salmon dial, more like a Dutch touch on it. It's not really orange, but you can see that they have worked out a very unique version of this color that fits beautifully, of course, with all those blued details on the dial. Probably the strongest entry in this category. Simple, beautiful, very unique, even though the salmon dial has become a hype dial, hype color itself. Here it has a very unique shade and a frosted finish. And I think this is one of those ultimate high horology sports watches where you don't really have many entries in the category. And this piece, by the way, was 52,445. I think the order books are closed at the moment, but there's always a chance, of course. Now, I might go a little faster here because I don't want to be live for too long. My favorite in the mechanical clock has to be L'Épée 1839, the Time Fast 2 Chrome. I love how they integrate the display of mechanical clocks to these beautiful toys, whether it's a model car or a skiff, a rowing shell, or a hand grenade. They do a great job. I love it. I understand how these are really works of art. So the price point, as eye-watering as it is perhaps understandable. Here it's 46,850. For the challenge prize, which is for watches that are under 3,500 Swiss francs at retail. My favorite is actually Seiko's Modern Divers Reinterpretation with the GMT. I think it's a very handsome watch. And I told you that I love green dials. Beautiful sunburst green dial with a matching bezel. Happens to be a ceramic insert with a luminous pip, a power reserve extended to 72 hours, belonging to the Seiko Prospects series. The watch has a GMT function, which of course is a so-called color GMT, which means that you don't really have the opportunity to jump hours as you cycle between time zones, but at least the 24-hour hand is independently adjustable. The watch is priced at 1,850 Swiss francs, including the tax, including VAT. The Petite Aiguille, which is for watches that are above 3,500, above 3,500 in Swiss francs, but cost less than 10,000. For that, my absolute favorite is the Habring 2 Kona Felix top second, which is a watch that is a beautiful rendition, some of the most beautiful renditions, in fact, of that classic field watch, pilot watch aesthetic, black legible dial with a good amount of luminous material and nicely sized Arabic numerals. Here they chose classic cathedral hands, which are my own, by my own admission, not necessarily my favorites, but they work for this watch. I love the spear-shaped, centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand, which is ever so slightly curved at its end. Classic style. 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, which has again a nicely luminous hand as well, which is broadsword shape. The black dial actually has a beautiful rough texture, very appealing. Once again, this is a monopusher chronograph, the brand's favorite way of executing that chronograph complication. And at 9 o'clock, they have that unique top second complication, which is very hard to come by in modern wristwatches. Not only does that blinking red add some visual excitement and some intrigue to what is otherwise a very classic and rugged watch face. It also, of course, exposes the beating heart of the timepiece, since through that opening, through the eye of 9 o'clock, you basically see every 2.5 hours a change of colors right? A kind of blinking, which tells you that your watch is in fact functioning, even if that the watch is running, even if the chronograph is not engaged, even if the centrally deployed seconds hand is not moving. That's my favorite in the Petite Aiguille with the Louis Erard, Konstantin Chaikin collaboration being a close second. I think it's an absolutely beautiful combination of the regulator dial layout that Louis Erard made its own. Perhaps they have the best representatives of that aesthetic, along with Chrono Swiss, which was, of course, on the forefront of such wristwatches in contemporary time. So a beautiful combination of that regulator dial layout by Louis Erard and the wrist monsters concept by Konstantin Chaikin. And Chaikin made this collaboration, I think, in 178 pieces with Louis Erard. And this particular version is the 42 millimeter case in stainless steel with green accents, with a green chapter ring. And it's called the Time Eater, since it has that oddly shaped mouth in the place of a seconds subdial. So that would be my second choice after the Habring 2 Chronofelix top second. I don't really have a favorite in terms of jewelry, but if I would be pressed, I would probably choose the Serpenti Cleopatra, even though the watch doesn't really represent the Serpenti concept in the way that we are used to it, right? In the form of a snake that wraps around the wrist. This one is designed more like a cuff that has the design of a snake skin with separate scales that are alternately diamond encrusted or set with stones, with one of them being reserved for a very discrete and probably barely legible time reading function. The Serpentic Cleopatra with a quartz movement is almost $1 million in Swiss francs, because it's jam sets at that level, 938,000 in Swiss francs. And for artistic crafts, I actually am going to go with the Anderson Genève jumping hours. This is a watch that I had the opportunity to try on in a different edition. I want to bring that up momentarily. This is, of course, a limited edition of 50 pieces, made for the Japanese market. I love the execution of that magical lozenge pattern. Overall, I just think that Anders Saint-Genève does a great work on the dial, whether it's the traditional art of engine turning by hand or micro painting as it's represented by cloisonné enamel. It's just the best. Here you are seeing the 40th anniversary edition of it with their unique 21 karat blue gold dial. The signature magical lozenges pattern applied by hand through the art of engine turning. I think the jump hour complication really gives free rein to the artistic imagination of a specific maker, since it enables the full expression of their artisanal craft that is, at the end of the day, the distinctive dimension of independent watchmaking today. And I think because of that, you can say a lot about the manufacturer's creative vision and about their mastery of traditional watchmaking arts simply by looking at their jump hour piece. And this really comes through when we are contemplating this version, or really any version of Anders Saint-Genève's jump hours, which is prominently, but also rather discreetly presented at traditional 12 o'clock through an aperture that's also framed. The signature is carried upon that frame on a plaque. And then there's a unique pyramidal pattern for the subdial, which is for the minutes, by the way. The navy accents that you can see both in the signature, in the sector of the subdial for minutes at 6 o'clock, but also in the blued pivots for the minute hands are absolutely stunning. They use their beautiful blue gold as a ring to frame the movements, which has a traditional pink gold rotor weight. I love how they use a heat blued screw as an accent on their initial here that decorates one of the bridge plates. You're looking at a 38 millimeter platinum case that scales right above 9 millimeters in thickness, 9.22. The dial is actually an 18 karat pink gold blank, 5N gold. That is again engine turned by hand. The Rising Sun edition with the 70-hour power reserve a movement that beats at 3.5 hertz, 21,600 semi-oscillations per hour. Really one of the most incredible looking pieces that delight in its simplicity and purity. Now that brings my presentation today to a conclusion. If you have any last minute questions or requests, feel free to send them in with a super chat. But once again, I will go through as I close with my favorites and the watch that I think will actually win in each category. Feel free to hit the like button on the way out if you are leaving. But I will start to conclude slowly but surely. In the ladies category, my favorite is Arnold & Son Perpetual Moon 38 Mint Night. Though I think either the Piaget Hidden Treasures or the Hermès Arceau Petite Lune will probably win. For the ladies complication, my favorite is the Anderson Genève Benjamin Chi collaboration in this Arctic sunrise world time piece in pink gold. And I think that might actually win this category. In the men's watch, I was somewhat undecided, to be honest. Except for the Code 1159, I basically like something about each and every one of them. And even about the Code 1159, I like the complication, right? I like the wandering hours. I like the star wheel execution of that idea. My favorite, however, was the chronometre Ferdinand Berthoud 3 SPC with the De Bethune DB28 XS Starry Seas as a close second. But I think the Simon Brett chronometre Artisan will win. For men's complication, my choice was Kari Voutilainen's cushion-shaped world timer. Though I think the Roylock Concept split seconds chronograph GMT with the ground dates might just win. For the iconic category, my choice was the Chopard LUC 1860, which I think might actually win, even though the Roylock Offshore self-winding chronograph in its 35th anniversary black ceramic execution is a strong contender as well. For the tourbillon, my favorite was the Parmigiani Fleurier Ton d'Aper Flying Tourbillon, which is entirely executed in platinum, even with a platinum dial that is here finished in a stunning and profound shade of blue, which they call Milano blue, and sandblasted finish as well. That's my favorite, but I think they might actually give the prize to either the Bulgari Octaroma Striking Papillon Tourbillon or the Laurent Ferrier Grand Sport Tourbillon Pursuit. For the calendar astronomy, my preference was the collaboration between Habring 2 and Massena Lab for this Chronofelix Perpetual that I like even more in its regular production version with the Salmon dial and applied Breguet numerals. My second favorite was the Felipe Piccolic Moon Phase 1. I actually think one of those might well win this category, but I wouldn't be surprised if the prize was ultimately given to Beauvais. For the mechanical exception, I think the RD4 Code 1159 Ultra Complication Universel will probably win, though my favorite is Chapek's collaboration with Bernhard Lederer in the Place Vendôme Complicité. For the chronograph, my favorite is De Bethune DB8, which I think will also win. For the sports watch, I think the Groeneveld 1969 Delta Works is a very exceptional watch, and it is one of those pieces, I think, that deliver both on the account of sportiness and the high horological execution, even though I also love me a great deal of Tudor Pelagos 39, and in a different way admire the titanium version of IWC's revival of the Ingenieur. I don't feel too strongly about the jewelry category, but I think the Bulgari Serpenti Cleopatra, even though it's not a traditional Serpenti, is an exceptional looking piece. For the artistic crafts, my favorite is the Anderson Genève Jumping Hours in its limited Japan edition with the pink gold dial. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful piece at 48,800 Swiss francs. For the Petite Aiguille, my favorite is the Habring 2 Chronofelix top second, the monopusher chronograph with the top second display, kind of like a flashing complication through the eye of 9 o'clock beyond its single button chronograph functions with a 30-minute totalizer at 3. I'm also a big fan of the collaboration between Konstantin Chaikin and Louis Erard. I think one of these will win. I really want Habring 2 to win. The Petite Aiguille. The challenge, my absolute favorite is the Seiko, the 1968 Divers Modern Reinterpretation with the GMT function, though I would be really happy if the Chrono Tokyo GMT1 won as well. I'm not a big fan of the design, but I'm a big fan of Chrono Tokyo as a concept. I love how Hajime Asaoka is gaining a larger following for his work by emphasizing his design vision, even as he protects the unique and rarefied realm of his high horological creations under his proper name. And for the mechanical clock, my absolute favorite, as always, is L'Épée 1839 for this Time Fast 2 Chrome. I really love their combination of these models by breathing new life in them with exposed movements and basic timekeeping functions. If you have any questions, if you have any comments, please feel free to leave them down there in the comments. Please don't forget to hit the like button before you leave. If you want to contribute to the channel, and you know everything you give to me goes right back to the channel, you see it immediately reflected in the quality and quantity of content. You see how I provide you different kinds of content. Increasingly, there's more and more of shorter form videos. We have now a Sunday special, smoking cigars with friends at Steel Buffalo Motors, powered by Steel Buffalo Motors. And we will have much, much more. I'll bring you a lot of content from the upcoming Only Watch exhibition at Christie's Los Angeles, and of course, from the upcoming Watch Time gala or Watch Time event at South Coast Plaza as well. I really look forward to participating in both of those, and more importantly, bringing you more and more content from those events. Again, if you want to support that, the links are provided in the video description, and now they are pinned in the chat as well. I really appreciate you. At the very least, if you just hit the like button, watch some of the other videos, make sure to hit the like button and help boost the channel, spread the word far and wide, share the videos. That's great help already, and I always appreciate you. Thank you again for your contributions tonight, Jake Brooks and Neo. This is the kind of stuff that keeps the light on, and JB is also a member and one of the longest standing, one of the most ardent supporters of the channel. I'm eternally grateful. I will see you all in the next one. I will see you actually with our early show from Steel Buffalo. Let me send in the link. Make sure you turn on your notifications, hit the like button in advance. I will be with you with another special interview with actor James Chalk. I really look forward to talking to James tomorrow, and seeing you also participate with your comments, with your questions. Maybe join us imbibing your favorite drink, whether it's coffee or something alcoholic, or maybe something simply refreshing. And ultimately, we'll be hanging out in this cool environment of a bike shop, and we'll be able to show you around again if and when you would like that. Hit the like button. I'll see you in the next one. Please click the link, and I look forward to seeing you at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, wear and enjoy your watches. Love you all. Until soon.